All right, day 2. If you were with me earlier, we were just watching day 1. We're about halfway through it, so I might come back and finish it later, but I wanted to be live for this when it started, so I'm happy that we got some of it out of the way. Let's see. Let me know if there's any audio stuff that you need, turn up or down. They are in Washington, so time difference, but hopefully they'll be on time. If anybody's on live right now, and if you happen to know, do you know why her mom ended up getting or having a restraining order against her daughter's boyfriend? I was Googling for it, trying to find out what happened. I haven't found anything yet. I was also Googling for clips of the actual video since they're not showing it to us. But those are pretty locked down too, so may not be able to find them. So I was talking earlier about how since she is a high schooler, she might not actually take the stand and show her face and do all of that when she's giving her own testimony. But she was 17 last year. So if she is currently 18, she will get to choose whether she does that or not. I don't think she will, but it would be pretty interesting to be able to see her at least, since there's so many things we can't watch when it comes to this trial.
Schaller presiding. We are present on 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534, State versus Ali. These matters are before the court today on a continuation of trial. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali and representing Mr. Ali. Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. Before we resume, Ms. Stone, are there any preliminary issues from the state's perspective?
I don't know preliminary issues per se. I know Mr. Leary and I had a conversation this morning, Your Honor, just about scheduling. Prior to Ms. Ali's testimony, last week the court, through agreement of counsel, had agreed to provide that proffer in advance of kind of the topic areas based on the court's ruling. I did provide that to defense counsel. I think he would like to address that with the court prior to her testimony. The state anticipates that we'll finish with Officer Beltran this morning, then we'll move into Mr. Barnes and Mr. Stephen Holm. I think we'll need to break prior to Ms. Ali to address that issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues this morning?
I know, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Larry?
Nothing additional, just a request to address it prior to her testimony.
All right, and are the parties thinking this is 15, bless you, 15 minutes, 30 minutes? I have no idea how complicated or lengthy the issues are going to be.
I have basically a paragraph and then another sentence that has been addressed as potential testimony. I would think it would be less than 15 minutes.
Okay.
So I have my concerns and how it dovetails with, is it inside the court's ruling or outside?
All right, thank you. We will talk about whether or not we try and address that at 1:30, and then just have the jury come back at 1:45 this afternoon, but we'll talk about that when we know better where we are at after the testimony this morning. If you can please have Officer Beltran return to the stand, please, and if you could please bring in the jury. And then finally, there has been a request from the interpreters, a reasonable request, that the parties make certain that they keep their voices up and speak near a microphone because at times they've had trouble hearing the lawyers.
May I ask that to grab?
Yes.
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Officer Beltran, you can come forward and return to the stand. Good morning.
All right, I found some clips of the actual footage of the fight. I'm going to be downloading that and cutting it up so I don't have anything on there that I would get in trouble for showing. But at least people now get to see a little bit of actual video and pictures.
Please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We are going to continue with the direct examination of this witness, Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may continue.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I was linking up the video with this computer so I can show you guys on a break or when this is over.
Officer Beltran, right when we left off yesterday, do you recall we were talking about photographs that you had taken of Isaiah? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that was following taking a statement from him, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 39 through 51. Yes. review these silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what are those?
Photographs I took after an audio and video recorded statement with Isaiah.
Okay, and photographs of who?
Isaiah.
Okay. Do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Isaiah as he appeared to you on the afternoon of October 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibits 39 through 51.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No objection.
Mr. Larry? 39 through 51 shall be admitted.
Request permission to retrieve and publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Take those back. Zoom out a little bit.
That screen is not coming out. Thank you.
I'm showing what's been admitted as States Exhibit 39. Officer
Just a
Bel.
moment.
Oh.
Sorry, they both went off.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing States Exhibit 39. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
And what are we looking at?
Isaiah's the left side of Isaiah's face.
And what were you trying, you took these photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified as to the injuries that you physically observed, is that correct?
Correct.
What were you trying to capture in this photograph, States Exhibit 39?
Just above his left eyebrow, you see like a bump. There's some redness and swelling there. That's what I was trying to capture on my department issued cell phone.
Okay. I'm going to show States Exhibit 51. What is that? What were you trying to capture in 51?
A different angle of that bump above his left eyebrow.
Okay. And States Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
Just an external shot of his face to show just his full face for context.
Do you have a clicker over here? I'm actually going to move it over. I think our clicker is. In terms of what you were trying to photograph.
Well, this photo just provides just the full context of his face, but you can also see the elevation on the left, above his left eyebrow or left temple area.
Thank you. And looking at States Exhibit 40, Officer Beltran, what were we looking at here?
His left cheek, I was trying to capture the abrasion near his chin.
And 41, is this a photo of the same, but closer?
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 49. Who is that?
Isaiah.
Okay, thank you. Did you take photographs of Isaiah's hands as part of this process as well?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 42. What are we looking at here?
The top part of Isaiah's hands.
State's Exhibit 47. What were you photographing at State's Exhibit 47?
Some scratches on his left shoulder.
Okay. And what about State's Exhibit 45? What were you trying to photograph in 45?
To see if there were any markings on his neck.
Okay. Did you have any indication that Isaiah had been engaged in the same way with the adult male, with Mr. Ali, as Fatima had?
No.
Okay. And you said you also spoke with Fatima, is that correct?
I did.
And you took photographs of Fatima as well, is that correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with Fatima or observed Fatima, what, if anything, did you observe about her physical appearance?
Upon initial contact with her, and prior to requesting for medical, I had no contact with her, but I did observe her in the corner of the room. It wasn't until after fire had completed their evaluation when I re-entered the room and made contact with her. You inquired about demeanor?
Yes.
She was seated in the corner. She's fairly quiet until I engaged with her.
Did you observe any injuries to her?
Not initially.
Okay. What about after you had a contact with her?
Yes, so after I completed my preliminary interview and she was loaded up on the gurney, I did observe some scratches and red marks along both sides of her neck.
Okay. What about, how did she sound? How was her voice?
She spoke in a very low tone. Her voice was very raspy and almost as if it was dry.
And did you photograph what you were able to observe on Fatima as well?
I did.
May I approach her?
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as State's Exhibits 52 to 59. Review those silently to yourself, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Officer Beltran, do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What are those?
Photographs that I took on my department-issued cell phone.
Okay. And photographs you took of who?
Fatima.
Okay. And are those photographs associated with the events you've been talking about today?
Correct.
And do those photographs, State's Exhibits 52 through 59, appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of Ms. Ali as she appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 52 through 59.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
Objection.
Mr. Larry, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
52 through 59 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting with State's Exhibit 52. And who are we looking at in State's Exhibit 52?
Fatima,
Okay, and where is Fatima located at the time you took this photograph?
in the main office of Timberline High School.
Okay, and how is she currently pictured in this photograph?
In a gurney, prepped, ready to go to the hospital.
Okay, so you've looked at her, you taken these photos after medics, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 53. What are we looking at here, sir?
Facial photograph of Fatima.
Okay. State's Exhibit 54. What were you trying to photograph there? And I know it's bright.
There are some red marks and some scratches, I believe, on the left side of her neck. That's what I was trying to photograph.
Okay. Are you talking about what I would describe as just below the center of the photograph here?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 57. What are we looking at here?
The right side of Fatima's neck.
Okay. And again, there's lights right over the TV screens. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you're talking about the other side of her neck, was there anything about her jaw that you were trying to photograph?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about later?
Yes, so when I conducted the photographs, I inquired if Fatima had any other injuries or felt pain anywhere else. And so she advised me that she was feeling pain in her lower jaw.
So were you trying to take a photograph of that or capture that as well?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 56. What is that a photograph of?
A closer shot of the right side of her neck.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59. What were you taking a photograph here in State's Exhibit 59?
Angle further back to capture both sides of her neck.
Okay. So why were you concerned about taking photograph of her neck?
Just given what information she provided to me as far as what went down in the incident, I wanted to make sure to fully capture her reported injuries.
Okay. And that was immediately after the incident, correct?
Correct.
And so after fire completed their evaluation, what happened next?
I was advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital for further medical evaluation.
Okay. Did you follow her to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. What did you do then next?
I remained on scene at Timberline High School and waited for Isaiah's guardians to arrive to conduct an audio and video recorded statement.
Okay. And then after you spoke with Isaiah and photographed Isaiah, what did you do?
I returned back to the Lacey Police Department.
Okay. Did you contact anyone else associated with this case?
I did contact the nonprofit organization that Fatima was working with to inquire whether or not bed space would be available in the event that she was discharged from the hospital, and then also contacted CPS and advised them of the incident.
Okay. What about, are you familiar whether a protection order or trespass order was associated with this case?
I am.
Did you do anything with those?
Yes, I located the temporary protection order that was issued on, I believe, October 14th between Isaiah's family and Fatima's mother. I uploaded that as part of evidence for the case, as well as the North Thurston Public School District trespass letter that was issued to Fatima's mother on September 17th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated just before that you had contacted the nonprofit associated with this case, as well as CPS, to check on status of whether there was availability for Fatima. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you aware whether Fatima was listed as a runaway at this point during your interactions with Fatima or that nonprofit?
After the fact, yes. It was associated with the initial 911 call, and it was cross-referenced, and it was also discussed with other officers that were on scene that she was the associated runaway from earlier in the day.
Okay. And let me ask you a general question. When somebody is a runaway, are they given a specific status, or is there a formal indicator of that?
Yes, they are listed in our system, or WASIC and NCIC, as a runaway, just like in the event somebody wants to report a family member that's an adult as a missing person. They are assigned that designator in the event somebody were to run their name through dispatch.
And that's not, to be clear, that's not a crime, right? Being a runaway is not a crime that you would charge someone.
Correct. It's a status offense. In the off chance that they were of an adult age, they wouldn't be entered into the system.
Okay. And when, let's say a school, well, you work in the schools, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody in the school, whether they know that they are formally listed as a runaway, or they don't know, or maybe they just know colloquially, right? Maybe the student has just told them, is a school required to notify you if they come in contact with that person?
No.
Are you required to notify parents or guardians if you come in contact with that person?
Not initially.
Okay. And in what situation may you not be required to do that?
In the event the student expresses safety concerns.
And what about the school to you? Is that the same? If those safety concerns are expressed, does the school have to notify you?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I wanted to show you some exhibits here that have been marked as exhibits 524 through 504 through 524. If I may approach, Your Honor, I'd like to hand him exhibits 504 through 516 to begin with.
You may.
Officer, if you could just take a look at those for me real quick. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
And could you please tell us what those are?
Photographs of Isaiah.
And are those the same photographs that the prosecutor showed you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Let me approach and take those back down real quick.
You may.
I may approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you two exhibits, 504 and
You may.
49. Officer, do those appear to be the same photograph?
Yes, with some distortion of, I'm assuming the printer, but yes.
Okay. They seem to have a little bit different coloring, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say that's just due to the printer?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to look at I'm going to hand you Exhibit 523 and 59. One moment. Take a look at those. Do you recognize those photos as the same photo?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in those photos, can you see different markings on the photos, on the face?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell us who that is that we're looking at there?
Fatima.
Okay. And in exhibit number, is that 516? 523. Is there more or less markings in that photo?
More.
Okay. And what about the color of the sweater she's wearing?
The color of the sweater in 523 appears to be lighter.
Okay. And do you remember what the actual color was closer to in those?
Dark colored, possibly black.
Okay. So you think the photo that has more detail is of the face is less accurate color-wise?
I mean, given the lighting conditions, it is still a dark colored hoodie. Can you rephrase that question?
Well,
or
I just asked, the face on the one seems to show more detail, right?
Yes, on 523 it shows more detail.
Okay, but the sweater seems to be lighter in color.
Correct, versus the other exhibit, number 59.
Okay, so my question is, do you have any recollection that when you took the photo, which color was more accurate? Of the sweater, excuse me.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I may approach you, grab those in. And so, these photos that you took appear different even though they're the same photo, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And printed out, yes.
Printed out differently? All right. And the photos, did you check 524 through 517 of Fatima? Did you look at those yet? Or just the ones of us?
So Mr. Kading is handing the witness what's been marked 517 through 524, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I've seen these.
Okay, and do those appear to be the copies of the pictures that you took that day?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, if I may approach. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit exhibits 503, or excuse me, 504 through 524.
Mr. Leary, any objection?
There you are.
Ms. Stone,
May I go under the witness?
you may. Mr. Katie, Ms. Stone is going to volunteer the witness.
Officer Beltran, just to be clear, when you take photographs, do you do anything special in terms of camera, adjusting the camera angle, doing anything like that?
I do not.
Okay. Have you printed off photographs before?
In relation to this case or just in general?
In general.
Yes.
Have you experienced any difference in printing off photographs depending on where you print them?
Correct.
Okay. So they don't necessarily come out the same. Let's say if you print it off a home computer, or if you go print it off your work, or if someone else prints it off somewhere else. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were taking the photographs in this case, were you intending to do anything different with the camera, lighting or otherwise?
No.
Okay. What is your recollection of how Fatima's clothing appeared to you?
Dark and colored.
Okay. When you say dark in color, what do you mean by that? Like a green, a blue, a purple, something else? If you recall.
Yeah, almost black. Black hooded sweatshirt, black athletic pants, and black tennis shoes.
Okay. And so when Mr. Kading is presenting you with a photograph that I believe you described, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you described the color of Fatima's sweatshirt being lighter. Would you anticipate, based on your training and experience, taking photographs with this case and in your career that might make someone look different?
Yes.
Okay. And depending on how you printed them, might more markings potentially show up if that photograph was lighter.
Correct.
So in the states, when the state provides you photographs and those photographs are darker, might that show less markings?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your review of the photographs from Mr. Kading, did it appear that his photographs were lighter?
Yes.
Does that make them less accurate or just different?
Different.
Okay.
Ms. Stone, you're voir diring the witness as it relates to whether or not you have an objection to 504 to 524.
Yes, Your Honor. I just had a follow-up question. When you look at those photographs between 504 to 524, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of them in compared to the states, or are they just different in terms of printing?
They're different just in terms of printing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Stone?
I do not, Your Honor.
504 through 524 shall be admitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, I am not going to move to publish these as we have seen the photos. We will have them for the jury to look at later.
All right.
All right. Now, thank you, Officer Beltran. So you arrived at the school at approximately 2:20, is that right?
226.
2:26, okay. And did you first go to the parking lot?
I did.
All right. And how many officers did you see in the parking lot?
Several.
All right. Did you talk to any of them?
Initially, 2 of them.
Which were who?
Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang.
Okay. And when you saw Officer Hang, was he at his vehicle or was he on the street?
He was in the parking lot near his vehicle.
Okay. And at that time, did you see the defendant anywhere?
I did not.
Did you talk to any civilian witnesses in the parking lot?
No.
Thank you. And when you got there, did you see Mrs. Ali anywhere?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after this incident?
I did not.
Subsequent to the 18th of October, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
With our, like within the department or
Yeah.
community members?
You can't ask questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll clarify.
Okay.
Did you talk with anyone else in the department about this case?
I did.
Okay, and who did you talk to?
Several officers, Officer Howard, believe some of our detective division, Sergeant Landworld, as far as updates go, Detective Sergeant Knight.
Did they give you anything more to do on this case?
On October 25th, 2024 at 7:29 hours in the morning, I did drive by Fatima's residence just to see if any vehicles were present, and none were located. And that information was relayed back to the detective division.
Okay. So you were directed by someone in the department to go drive by the residence?
I wouldn't say I was directed. I voluntarily drove by the residence.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Warrant Officer Beltran, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Officer Beltran, are you familiar with something called body cam?
I am.
What is that?
It's a department issued camera that all officers carry on them when they're out and patrolling or out doing their job function.
Okay. And how does that work? Is it on all the time? Is it something that you turn on? How does that work, system?
Typically, it's something we activate, but in the event that we have a emergency signal that gets activated either through our patrol vehicle, sometimes the camera does auto-activate.
And did you have body cam on you on October 18th of 2024?
I did.
And was it activated and working at that time?
It was.
Okay. What about when you made contact with the minors in this case?
It was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Ask you to look at that silently to yourself for a moment, please, and then look up at me when you're done, sir. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 60?
Looks like a still shot from my body-worn camera in the room where Fatima was seated while she had her medical evaluation, as well as the same location I conducted my preliminary interview.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of that still shot from your body cam on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 60.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Larry?
There.
60 shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve and publish?
You may.
I'm giving a second to autofocus. Officer Beltran, can you orient the jury to what they're looking at in this photograph?
Yes, Fatima's seated on the couch. This is where I conducted my preliminary interview. Just for reference, my body camera is located on the left side of my external carrier. So this would be the angle from my external vest.
Okay, so just to clarify, when you say external carrier, do you mean your vest?
I do.
Okay. So when it's on the left side of your vest, that's the angle based on that. There are markings on this exhibit in the upper right-hand corner of that still shot. Can you explain what those markings are, please?
Yeah, it's a timestamp that's associated only to my body camera.
And what do you mean by that?
So with the body cam rolling, it constantly updates the timestamp with the date, the time, as well as my the serial number of my assigned body camera.
Okay. And when you say your serial number of the assigned body camera, what number are you referring to? Is that the number starting with the X60?
Correct.
Okay. What is this marking on the very top right-hand corner, just for clarity? The yellow marking.
It's the Axon logo, which is the company that provides us with the body-worn camera service.
So just to be clear, it has nothing to do with this case. It is just the camera systems marking itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
may this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes,
Oh,
please.
all
Your
right.
Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Mr. Barnes, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Victor Barnes, Barnes.
And Mr. Barnes, what city do you reside in?
Lacey, Washington.
And how long have you lived in Lacey?
About 11 years or so.
And who do you reside with?
My wife and my 2 younger children.
And when you say your 2 younger children, male or female?
Both male.
Okay. And are you familiar with someone of those children, Isaiah Williams? And did you live in that location in the fall of 2024, September, October of 2024?
Yes.
Where did or does your son Isaiah go to school?
Timberline High School.
And in the fall of 2024, do you know what year of school he would have been starting?
His junior year.
Are you familiar with someone named?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Fatima?
They were friends and began dating.
And were you familiar with Fatima's parents at all?
After a while, yes.
Okay. Had you met or spoken with them at any point, either or both at any point during the time Fatima and Isaiah were friends or dating?
Yes.
And just timeline-wise, when about did that occur?
I had a phone conversation with Ihsan Ali on about September.
September of 2024.
Yes. 16th or 17th.
Would you recognize either Ihsan Ali or Zahraa Ali by sight?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Starting with Ihsan Ali, can you please identify for the record where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting in the first chair over here, and he has on a gray blazer, it appears.
The
Okay.
record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Thank you. And what about Zahraa Ali? Do you recognize, do you see Mrs. Ali, excuse me, in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you identify for the record, please, where she is located and an article of clothing that she is wearing?
She's sitting at the end of the table over there with a black shirt, dress shirt.
And the record will reflect that the witness has identified Mrs. Ali.
And Mr. Barnes, without providing any details, was there an incident between your son and Miss Ali somewhere, or excuse me, Mrs. Ali, somewhere around September 17th of 2024?
Yes.
As a result of that incident, did you or your wife, or both, and Isaiah have any concerns for Isaiah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you, it's one of Chuck.
I think they changed their mind.
No objection.
Based on those concerns, did you engage the court or judicial system for assistance?
Yes.
And what assistance did you request from the court system?
I went to go get an anti-harassment protection order against Mrs. Ali.
Protecting who?
Isaiah Williams.
Were you, in fact, granted a protection order?
Objection as to, well, I guess I would ask for clarification as to the date of the order that was granted.
I'm going to overrule that can be either further addressed if the state chooses to in other questions or addressed by you in cross-examination.
So you said you were granted that. Do you recall what court that order was issued out of?
The juvenile detention center over there in Tamar.
Okay. And do you excuse me, that order, do you recall when that order was requested?
October 14th.
Okay. And who petitioned for that order?
I did.
And did you petition for it on behalf of yourself or someone else?
I petitioned on behalf of my son Isaiah,
How old was Isaiah at the time?
16 years old.
Okay. And who were you petitioning for protection against?
Mrs. Ali.
And when you say Mrs. Ali, do you mean Zahraa?
Yes.
And how did you make that request to the court? Meaning, is that something that you do online? Does that occur in a court hearing or something else?
I went in person. At a court hearing, yeah, court hearing.
Okay. As part of that court hearing, is that a court hearing that Miss Ali attends? Did she attend that hearing?
I don't recall seeing her there.
Do you recall who was there for that court hearing?
Myself, my wife, the judge, and other people there for their cases.
Okay. Do you recall who the judge or the court commissioner was for that hearing by chance?
Commissioner Rue.
As part of that court hearing, did you provide testimony or answer any questions of the court?
Yes.
And once that court hearing was complete, did the court actually grant a temporary order of protection with a follow-up hearing date?
Yes.
Do you recall what the follow-up hearing date was set for?
October 24th.
Okay. And do you recall what kinds of protections were put in place regarding Isaiah as a result of that hearing?
Wasn't allowed to come within 1,000 feet of him, the school, where he goes to school, his home, and just him in general.
Okay. Are you aware, had Miss or Mrs. Ali been to your home prior to that? Do you recall if she had been at your residence at any time?
Yes.
Okay. So would she have known where your residence was?
Yes.
Okay. The incident, again, without any details associated, was that associated with the school in any way, Timberline High School?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, let me rephrase that. The location of the incident that caused concern, where did that incident occur?
Timberline High School.
Okay. Had Mrs. Ali's husband, Ihsan Ali, ever been to your home before?
Yes.
So would he have also been aware of that location?
Yes.
Do you know if Haneen Ali had been to your residence previously?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And do you know who was directed to serve a copy of that order on Mrs. Ali?
Lacey Police Department.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Barnes, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 36. I'd ask you to look at that silently to yourself, review those pages, and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir. Mr. Barnes, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
A temporary protection order.
Is that the temporary protection order about which you've been speaking earlier today?
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that temporary protection order?
Yes.
Do you, as part of that process, receive your own copy of that order?
Yes.
So before today, have you had an opportunity to review your own order that you received from the court system in comparison to this order?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take that back from you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Mr. Barnes, I'm going to ask you some questions. First of all, who is listed up top, I would say top third of the page here in the header block?
That would be my
Order were you requesting here, listed under the cause number?
harassment.
Okay. And is it a permanent or listed as a temporary protection order?
Temporary.
And what is the date for the next hearing that has been provided?
October 24th.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. What was the result of that hearing?
Objection as to relevance as to what happened on the 14th.
Sustained.
Did you attend that hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the order, what information then is followed on that order? Who is identified, I suppose, down here on the first page?
Oh,
Personal information for Miss Ali.
yes.
Okay. And does it indicate, well, let me back up. What is this marking here on the document?
Oh, that's the stamp from the courthouse,
Okay.
making it official.
Okay. And what about on looking at page 2 of 11 on State's Exhibit 36? Who is identified? And does it have his age listed on there?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that this interaction occurred, how long, to your knowledge, how long had Isaiah and Fatima been friends and or dating?
About a year or so.
Okay. So this wasn't, at the time of this wasn't like a brand new relationship between these two. Is that fair to say?
Very fair to say.
Looking at page 4 of 11 of, well, actually, yeah, 4 of 11 of State's Exhibit 36, under paragraph 8, the directives to the restrained person, what is initially listed under A?
No harm.
And what is the directive under A to the restrained person?
The minor is in section 3 above.
So does it clearly essentially link back to your son?
Yes.
Okay. And under subsection D of that, does it indicate where your address is, the address specifically to stay away from?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the address that Ihsan Ali and Zahraa Ali had previously been to?
Yes.
So it wasn't a different address than what they had previously visited?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, and one more. Under D, how many feet does it say Miss Ali is to stay away from your son?
1,000.
Okay. Is that 1,000 feet underlined?
Yes.
Okay. And had your son gone to school, if you know, with Fatima Ali at the time of those events?
Yes.
Okay. So was there any confusion? Well, had there been any change in your son's school since September to October?
No.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any additional questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning.
You said you had 2 children. Isaiah is how old now?
He's
Your other child. Do you have any other children?
no.
Okay. So, just one preliminary. Have you watched any of the proceedings on this case on TV at all?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any videos on this case?
No.
Okay. So let me ask you this: when you parent your children, you have rules, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they're pretty set. The kids know what to do.
Correct.
Okay. And if they break the rules, you punish them, right?
Depends.
Okay. So if they break the rules, what do you do if you don't punish them?
I asked them why they broke the rule.
Okay. And what if they don't have a good reason? Then do you punish them?
Depends on what their answer is.
Okay. Do you have the final call on what happens after you talk to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Me and my wife.
All right. And so you have different boundaries, different punishments, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if they do something bad, worse punishment, right? Right?
That's fair.
Okay. Okay. And I know kids nowadays, bad punishment sometimes be taking their phone.
That can equate to a bad punishment.
Okay. And that's because they use their phone to talk to their friends, essentially live their life nowadays, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you take it, it's a pretty big deal. Okay.
I'm sorry, just have to have a verbal response.
Oh, yes, correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's okay.
So, as a parent, you set the rules, you do the punishments. How would you feel if I were to set,
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
okay. If you didn't get the desired results from your punishment or your discipline or your talking to your kids, what would you do?
I will consult with my wife.
Okay. And you said you went to court for your son to get this protection order, right?
Yes.
Okay. He wasn't there.
No.
Okay. It's just you and your wife.
Just me.
Okay.
Yes, me and my wife, correct.
You and your wife. Okay. And so you went to court on behalf of your son because he was a minor, I assume, to get
Yes.
this order. Okay. And that's because parents make decisions for their kids, right?
Yes, when they are able to.
Okay. Now, you knew that Fatima was not supposed to be dating Isaiah, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you knew he was, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you did not have a rule against him dating her.
Yes.
You did have a rule?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not allowed.
We did not want them dating.
Okay. But they were dating,
Yes.
and it continued
Yes.
for quite some time.
I don't know how long quite some time is.
Okay. Did you ever go to the Ali's home?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with the Ali's of any real substance?
Yes.
When was that?
September 16th or 17th?
Okay. Now, was that in relation to this incident that your son was involved in at the school?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to them at some point after an incident your son had at the school with Mrs. Ali,
Correct.
and you spoke to Mr. Ali.
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't talk about other topics.
Yes.
You did talk about other topics.
Well, we talked about keeping the kids, keeping his wife away from my child.
Related to that incident, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And he wanted to keep the kids separate.
Okay.
So his result to that was yanking her out of school.
I'm going to move to strike, Your Honor.
So it's responsive to the question, Your Honor.
Non-responsive.
Just a moment. The sustained is to non-responsive.
So, in the year that your kids were friends and dating, you talked to Mr. Ali one time.
Once over the phone and once in person when they came to our house.
Okay. All right. And fair to say you're not friends with them,
Very fair.
okay? And do you, yeah, well, it would be wrong for you to make parenting decisions for them, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. Barnes.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So I just want to follow up on a couple of things. So after the September 16th around incident, you had a conversation with Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
Was there contact between my client and your son after September 16th, as far as you're aware?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So we have the incident mid-September, and I've heard a couple of different dates, but so basically around the 16th, on the 16th?
16th or 17th, one of those days.
Okay. And so then you go to court on October 14th to petition for an anti-harassment order, correct?
Correct.
And you described where it was, correct?
Correct.
And that is, so you fill out paperwork in advance, and then you walk into court and say, here's what I would like. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And it's a walk-in calendar, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like you reserve a date in front of a judge. It's you go in, you sign up and say, here's my request. I'd like the judge to hear the request, correct?
Correct.
And so Mrs. Ali would not have any idea that you were going in that day, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you didn't tell her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no reason, you had no, and I'm not suggesting you should have, but there was no attempt to notify her. That's not how this works, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose is that if there is a temporary order granted, she gets an opportunity to then respond on the October 24th date, correct? Is that a yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so were asked on direct as to whether Ms. Ali was present at the temporary order, and you said you weren't sure, correct?
I didn't see her when I was there.
Okay, so, but just to be clear, there was no reason to think that she would have been there, correct?
Not if she wasn't notified.
Exactly, and there's nothing to suggest that she was notified. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right, so, and she didn't sign the temporary order because that's why you had the police officer had to go and give her the paperwork, right?
Correct.
Right, okay. And so, and the thrust or the reason that you talked about going to get the order in October was the September 16th incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Barnes, is it, when you say you don't want to talk about your other child, is that just because you're trying to increase the number of children in the court proceedings today? Involve their names, their information.
That's one reason.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you questions about your parenting style and punishment and consulting with your wife. Do you talk to your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how would you describe your relationship with your kids?
Pretty strong, pretty good.
Do you have an open communications or something different?
Very open.
Okay. So when you went to get this order, was Isaiah aware of it, that you were going to get this protection order requested?
Yes.
Okay. Is that because you guys talked about it as a family?
Yes.
Okay. You said that they, you were aware at the time that Fatima was not supposed to date, and you were trying to keep the kids from dating. Tell me about that. What do you mean?
Well, at the beginning, they were just friends. And then I guess somewhere along the way, they began dating. Wasn't to my knowledge until they were a little while into dating. And I realized she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. And I tried to, say, hey, let's not further this more than what it needs to be. If that's their rules, that's their rules. Let's not involve ourselves in that. But, the kids, so it's hard to, love is a strong thing when you're a child. And when you don't know no better, you sort of don't know no better. So that's sort of where we were coming from as parents. But as time went on, things got very strange, and into the incident on September 16th or 17th.
And again, without going into those
Yeah.
details. Mm-hmm.
So ensue that situation, then follow up a few weeks later. Policemen escort the parents to our home, looking for her when she wasn't there. Then follow up. Our son's being hit at school. So, yeah, and she's getting choked.
Okay. And have you met Fatima before?
Yes,
Okay. How would you describe Fatima?
she's a nice young lady.
What, did you meet her prior to October 18th, 2024, or after?
I want to say I met her after.
Okay. If you met her before, do you have a specific recollection of it?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. And so you talked, it sounds like, because of understanding the parents' position, it sounds like your testimony, as you and your wife talked about, just trying to chill things out so there wasn't that conflict. Is that a fair reflection of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke with their parents, did you speak with both Mrs. Ali and Mr. Ali, just one or the other of them?
Just Mr. Ali. We were because before I went and pressed charges, filed a complaint on mom. I wanted to inform him and let him know.
Okay.
So I think
So it's not something that you did without any communication with the Ali family. You had a communication with the Ali family in advance of making that request. Is
yes, I just didn't have communication with her.
that- okay, but you did with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, do you speak Arabic, or did you have that
I do not.
conversation?
It was in English.
Okay. When you went on October 14th to get that order, that temporary protection order, did you have to provide facts to the judge for the judge to weigh?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't just go in and ask for it and it was granted. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Barnes, you mentioned that the Alis came to your house with the police, is that right?
Yes.
And they were looking for Fatima?
Correct.
Okay. And when was that?
Sometime October, probably October 10th or 11th.
Okay.
It was the week prior to me filing the Friday prior, or Thursday prior to me filing the protection order.
Okay. And did that trigger you filing that?
Once I found out they realized where we live, then yes, that's sort of what boosted me into getting that done ASAP.
All right. Now, just to be clear, Fatima had been to your house, right?
What do you mean?
Prior to that date. Fatima had been there,
So we stay in an apartment complex.
right? Had she come to visit your son there, I guess is what I'm asking.
Not at our house, no. But in the neighborhood, I guess you can say yes.
Okay. So she had never been in your house?
No. Not to my knowledge.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, had your son ever been in her house?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So when they did show up at your house, they were with the police, though?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused? Ms. Stone?
One moment, please, Sharon. I have one final question, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Barnes, when you had that conversation with Mr. Ali prior to filing the protection order to let him know that it was coming, Had you made the determination that it was coming at that point, or were you having a conversation with Mr. Ali to decide whether you were going to file it once they knew where you lived? Does my question make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. The answer is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Once we had the phone conversation, my intent was to immediately file. Once I found out the school had a no trespass order on Zahraa Ali, and the parents pulled her out of school, I didn't really feel like my son was in the immediate danger until they knew where we lived. Once I found out they knew where we lived and they came to our home, that's when I said, well, I have to do something. So
If I understand your testimony, this wasn't, well, let me ask this question a different way.
yeah.
Is it fair to say the reasons for requesting a protection order as a result of that September incident, there are a multitude of those reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you try and avoid making a request for the protection order?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel like you were able to avoid making that request?
Yes.
Were you able to avoid making?
Oh no, I'm sorry. No. I
That's
was not.
okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Mr. Keating?
Yes, Your Honor. Just so we're clear on this, you've mentioned twice now that they pulled her out of school. Right? You've mentioned that. You have no
I'm sorry, need to.
Yes.
you have no contact with them about their child's school. Is that right? With the Ollies,
Yes, correct.
you have no contact with them, and any information that you got regarding anything about the Ollies came from your son. Correct?
In the school.
The school about the incident, but about her, about Fatima, came from your son. Correct?
Overruled.
From the school and my son, yes.
Okay. So the information about Fatima's family came from your son that you got.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any cross? All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay in the courtroom however you so desire. Thank you. So members of the our morning recess, which we anticipate will be approximately 15 minutes. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. The bailiffs can come forward and lead you back.
All right, so I'm gonna run and get me some more coffee. I will be back soon. I'm gonna leave this up and running. Okay, be right back.
Going to be an issue ultimately before Fatima is called to testify. I would like to be provided with a copy of whatever it was that the state provided to Mr. Larry and Mr. Kading so that I can review that in advance of the argument. If you could print that off and provide it to my clerk during the recess so that that can be provided to me during the recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the court and the state, the questions would pertain to bullet point 18. And the first two bullet points of the re-trip on the last page.
As to what?
Regarding the trip.
Oh, okay.
There's a bullet point or two at the top of that last section.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, the court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Stone, any issues before the jury comes back in?
Your Honor, briefly, I know that when the court took the media request for filming at the beginning of this case, there were different media present than there are now in the courtroom, and I'm not sure all of the same information has been relayed to other media in the courtroom. So I would ask the court to maybe refresh the rules for media as it relates, especially as we're moving into the 15 months coming up in terms of testimony.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues for the court?
No.
Mr. Larry? All right, the only media organization that has any permission to record this proceeding in any fashion is Court TV. No other media agency organization has requested permission from the court to record this proceeding, and therefore is prohibited from recording this proceeding unless and until they were to make such a request and understand any limitations that the court might place upon the proceeding. Members of court administration have viewed portions of what is happening here in the courtroom. I have not, and I will not, while this case is pending. It has been reported to me that Court TV is appropriately following all of the court's parameters on the proceeding in every fashion. And so clearly they are, with permission, live streaming this matter and following the court's directive. So in any way that I need to, I do not need to remind them of what the requirements are, because they are in fact following it, and no one else has permission to record this proceeding in any fashion. Does that address your issues?
It does, Your Honor, and I just wanted to be clear, I also have not watched, I have no intention to watch or look, but I have not had any reports from anyone as to Court TV. We've had multiple communications with Court TV in advance of this. They've been nothing but accommodating and understanding based on minor victims, as well as the victim in this case, or excuse me, minor witnesses, as well as Miss Ali in this case, who has just recently turned 18. I think that they are aware of that, but they also understand that at the time of these events, she was a minor, and she also, for all of the reasons the court previously ruled, is not to be recorded. They understand that. I just wanted to make that very clear for other media as well.
All right, thank you. Finally, before we bring the jury back, right before I came out on the bench, I was provided a copy of the proffered information, so I have not looked at that yet. If we conclude, is it
2024, where were you going to school?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And what grade were you in October of 2024?
My what's it called? Freshman year? Sorry, sophomore year.
Okay. Is this your first time testifying in front of a big crowd?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just speak up a little bit more. Okay.
Yeah.
And Elijah, I take it it's summer break right now?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you doing during summer break?
I'm currently working and enjoying my summer.
Okay. Fair enough. And Elijah, in October of 2024, what time does school get out each day?
2 p.m.
Okay. And back in October of last year, how do you normally get to school each morning?
My parents would drop me off.
Okay. Are there times where you would take the bus as well?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And when you do take the bus, are you taking the school bus or the inner city transit bus?
The inner city transit bus.
Okay. How do you normally get home from each day from school?
From my parents or the inner city transit bus.
Okay. And with regards to the inner city transit bus, are there any IT bus stops around Timberline High School?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And how many?
There's one right in front of it,
Okay.
and then another one down the road.
Okay. And Elijah, I'm going to ask you some questions about an incident on October 18th of last year. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to school on October 18th of last year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after school was done for the day at about 2 p.m., where did you go?
To the bus stop right outside of the school.
Okay. And is that the IT bus stop?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you go to the bus stop?
So I could get home.
Okay. When you got to the bus stop, was there anyone else there, or were you the only were you the only person there?
There were the other students there.
Okay. And did you recognize any of the students?
I know it's hard, and I don't know if you can scoot just a little bit
I'm
closer.
sorry.
It's okay. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yeah.
The microphone also, you can twist it up a little bit so if it's easier. Okay. You indicated that you, when you got to the bus stop, you recognized your friend. Who are some of your friends that were at Jacob? Were there other students that were at the bus stop? While you were at the bus stop, did something out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe happening?
I observed a girl getting attacked by an adult.
Okay, and the girl that you indicated that got attacked, do you know who she is?
Yes.
Okay, back in October of that day, did you know who she was?
I had heard of her. Yes.
Okay, were you friends with that girl?
No.
Okay, and do you know what her name was?
Fatima, I think.
Okay, and you indicated that Fatima was at the bus stop. Was there, you indicated she was getting attacked. The person that was attacking her, was it a male or a female?
It was a male.
Okay, and have you ever seen that male prior to October 18th?
I have not, no.
Okay, and with regards to that male, did he appear to be older than Fatima or younger?
Older.
Okay, and with regards to Fatima, you indicated that on October 18th of last year that you have heard of her. Had you ever seen her around prior to October 18th?
Yes.
And where had you seen her?
I'd seen her at school every day.
Okay, and was that Timberline High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay, And when you got to the bus stop, was Fatima already there, or did she arrive later?
She had already been there.
Okay. Was when you first got to the bus stop, you indicated Fatima was already there. What about the older male? Was he already there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And after you first got to the bus stop, what was Fatima and the older male doing?
Kind of arguing back and forth.
Okay. And could you understand what they were arguing about?
No, I could not.
Okay. Was it in English?
No.
Okay. And with regards to Fatima and the older male, you indicated they were arguing back and forth. How, if you didn't know what they were talking about, how did you know they were arguing?
The body language and then the tone of voice was very hostile and aggressive.
Okay. When you say it was hostile and aggressive, whose tone of voice was hostile and aggressive?
Kind of just both.
Okay. And when they were arguing, was there anybody else involved in that argument?
Her boyfriend had been involved.
Okay. And who is Fatima's boyfriend? Have you seen Isaiah prior to October 18th?
Yes, I have.
And where had you seen Isaiah?
In his neighborhood.
Okay. And do you know what school Isaiah goes to?
Timberline
Okay.
High School.
And are you friends with Isaiah?
Acquaintances.
Okay. I know you're very soft-spoken.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you could just remember to speak up. You indicated that when you arrived at the bus stop, Fatima and her and the older male they were arguing. What, if anything else, happened while they were arguing?
It had appeared that she was trying to move away to like end the argument or just kind of settle it then and there.
Okay. And what did you observe that made you think she was trying to move away from the argument?
Well, Isaiah had he had said that, like, while I was overhearing it, like telling him that they were trying to leave, explaining to the father, and then that was kind of like the telltale sign.
Okay. And then what else happened while they were arguing?
That's all I really can explain for arguing, because that's all I saw.
Okay. So besides, you indicated that Fatima and the older male, they were arguing. Did the older male do anything else at the bus stop besides argue with Fatima and Isaiah?
He attacked Fatima.
Okay. You indicated he attacked Fatima. What did you observe?
I observed him push her boyfriend away and then go in for like a headlock, and then watched her try and take her down to the ground.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions. You indicated the older male pushed Isaiah away. How did he push Isaiah?
It was a push and then a punch.
Okay. And which part of Isaiah's body did the older male punch?
It looked to be upper body.
Okay. And when the older male punched Isaiah, did you hear anything when he did that?
Yes.
And what did you hear?
You could hear the thok from the punch connecting.
You can hear the what?
You can hear the thok from the punch connecting.
Okay. And then after the older male punched Isaiah, what happened to Isaiah?
I don't know.
Okay. When the older male punched Isaiah, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they
They were
sitting?
standing.
Okay, they were standing. Okay. And after Isaiah got punched, was he still standing or did something happen to him?
I think he was standing.
Okay. And after the older male punched Isaiah, what did the older male do after that?
Turned around and put the girl in a headlock.
Okay. And when you indicated that he put the girl in a headlock, can mean different things to different people. What do you mean by a headlock?
It was like a two-hand headlock one around the neck, and then the other like that.
Okay, so you indicated you had your left arm sort of around your neck and then with your right arm pointed upward.
Yes.
Okay, and then when the older male put Fatima in a headlock, when he first did that, how were they situated? Were they standing? Were they seated?
When like the arms were first wrapped around, they were standing,
Okay,
and then they had like tripped, and then that's how they ended up on the ground.
okay. And then when the older male ended up on the ground, what happened to Fatima?
She was there struggling and flailing, trying to get out.
Okay. When the older male first fell to the ground, you indicated prior to that he had put Fatima in a headlock. When he fell to the ground, what happened to his arms?
I don't know, but they stayed in the headlock.
Okay. So they stayed in the headlock, and did Fatima remain upright, or did she also fall to the ground?
She had also fallen.
Okay. And after they ended up on the ground, where were the older male's arms?
Still around her neck.
Okay. And then after they ended up on the ground, what happened?
Can you rephrase it?
Sure. So you indicated that the older male put Fatima in a headlock, and then you testified that they tripped and they ended up falling. What happened? What were they doing after they ended up on the ground?
When they were on the ground, she had been trying to escape, and then he had been trying to hold her.
Okay.
And then there were multiple other students that came and tried to help and assist in like separating them.
Okay. You indicated that Fatima was trying to, believe you testified that she was trying to get out of that situation. What did you see that made you believe she was trying to escape?
There was a lot of screaming, and then like she was flailing like all over the place.
Okay. And while Fatima was flailing, what was the older male doing?
Still in the same position with his arms around her neck.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were other students as well. Did the other students at some point get involved?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the other students do when they got involved?
They were trying to pull the father like off of her.
Okay. And so you indicated they were trying to pull him off of her. Did they do anything else?
No, not that I could see.
Okay. And then did you get involved with the other students?
No, I did not. I had only recorded it.
Okay. And you indicated that when Fatima was on the ground, she was flailing. Did you also make any other observations about her body or about her face?
She had looked very pale and like kind of lifeless after she had been on the ground for a while.
Okay, you said she looked pale and she looked lifeless. What do you mean by she looked lifeless?
Well, after like 15-20 seconds of her being there, she had gone completely limp, and then her face was like pure white.
Okay. And you indicated that, Elijah, you testified that the other kids at some point got involved. After the other kids got involved, were they successful in getting the older male to release his arms around Fatima's neck?
The teenagers were not.
Okay. Besides the teenagers, did other people come and assist?
There was a bus driver and then 2 other adults that had stopped to help.
Okay. The 2 other adults that stopped to help, were they male or female?
They were both males.
Okay. And then after the other adults arrived to help, were they at some point successful in getting the older male to remove him from Fatima?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, do you know whether or not law enforcement showed up?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you recorded the incident. Why did you record the incident?
For this exact situation.
Okay. And Elijah, prior to your testimony today, did you have a chance to review video footage of what happened at the bus stop that was taken from the IT bus?
One more time, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. So prior to you getting on the witness stand today, did you have a chance to review a video taken from the IT bus of this incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state requests to publish Exhibit 34, which have been previously omitted.
You may. So before you play it, can you indicate what view that you are publishing to the jury, since there are multiple views in this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the state is publishing the road view that is starting at the timestamp that it actually started. Starting at 12:15. For the record, I'm pausing it at 2:13:38. Elijah, are you able to see yourself in this video?
No, you are not.
Okay, and where were you standing when the incident was unfolding?
I'd been standing on the concrete slab just out of frame to the right.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the kids or the students that are being depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the individual wearing sort of the grayish backpack that is in the center of the screen towards the right, who do you recognize that student?
Yes, I do.
And who is that? Starting the video again. 2:14:36, Elijah, do you see yourself in the video at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay, and you testified earlier you were sort of standing on the concrete slab area off to the right. Is that where you were still standing?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and you also testified earlier that a bus driver had stopped to assist. Do you see the bus driver in the video?
Yes, I do.
And what is the bus driver? What does a bus driver have on?
The orange safety vest.
Okay. Playing again at 2:14:36. Pausing at 2:15:49. Elijah, do you ever see yourself at any point in the video footage?
Not in this video, no.
Okay. And when the IT bus left, did you get on the bus or did you not get on the bus?
I got on the bus.
Okay. Elijah, you testified earlier that you also took a video of the incident yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you at some point provide a copy of the video to a police officer from the Lacey Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And do you know what is depicted on State's Exhibit 61?
I do.
And what is it?
It's the video evidence.
Okay. And is it the video that you took of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize any handwritings on the little white circle placard on Exhibit 61?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize about it?
It's my initial and then the handwriting.
Okay. And does it also have a date on it?
And the date as well, yes.
And was the date on there the day that you reviewed that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay. And the video that's on that you viewed on that Exhibit 61, is it a accurate depiction of what you recorded from the incident?
That's correct.
And does it accurately reflect what you observed during the recording?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state at this time offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 61.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
61 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Elijah, at the beginning of this video, we sort of see an individual on the ground with their arms sort of moving back and forth. Who was that individual?
It appeared to be Caleb.
Okay. With regards to the individual that was laying on the
Oh.
ground with their hands moving, who was that?
That was Fatima.
Okay. And you indicated that you also, well, let me ask you this question. Was Caleb also in the video?
That's correct.
And was he still the one wearing the gray backpack?
Yes.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Elijah, I've handed you what's been marked as States Exhibits 62 to 65. If you could just look at those to yourself and let me know when you're done looking through them.
I finished.
And do you recognize those four pieces of documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're screenshots from the video that I took.
Okay. And are exhibits 62 to 65 the screenshots? Do they accurately depict the what you had observed at the scene?
Yes, they do.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time the state offers for admission to evidence exhibits 62 to 65.
Any objection, Mr. Keating?
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Larry?
Here.
62 through 65 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And Elijah, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 65. Do these screenshots have a timestamp on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and with regards to Exhibit 65, we see sort of person, sort of two people that's on the ground. Can you tell the jury who are the two people that are on the ground?
And the Ms. O was pointing to just above the middle of the image on the exhibit.
That had been Fatima, and then the other adult that had attacked her on the ground.
Okay. Exhibit 64. And again, we see sort of two individuals that is on the ground, that is sort of in the center, but the upper center of this image. Can you tell the jury who those two people are that are on the ground?
That is still Fatima and the other adult that had attacked.
Okay. And we also see somebody in the image that is also in the center, but towards the upper portion of this image, with a gray backpack. Who is that?
That was Caleb.
Okay. Exhibit 63. We see again sort of two people on the ground that is towards again the center, upper center portion of the image. Can you tell the jury who are those two people that are still on the ground?
That is still Fatima and then the adult that attacked.
Okay. Exhibit 62. We sort of see in this image there is a person that's on the ground. You sort of see their face in between the two legs. That is in the upper center portion of this image. Whose face is that?
Fatima.
Okay. And you testified earlier, Elijah, that when you observed what was happening on the ground, you indicated that Fatima at one point her face turned sort of white before she went, as you testified, lifeless. Is that sort of what's being depicted here?
Yes, this looks to be either of like when it happened or right before it.
Okay. You testified that there were other adult males that showed up at the scene at some point to assist. Do you know whether any adult females showed up?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And when you were video recording what was happening, were you mostly looking around to see what was going on? Were you sort of just concentrating on what was happening on the ground?
I was mostly focusing on what was happening on the ground.
Okay. And then once the bus driver and then the other two adult males showed up to assist, did you stop recording at that point?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And then by that point, and after the bus driver walked away from the scene, did you end up going on the bus?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination. Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. What kind of work are you doing this summer?
I'm currently working at Chipotle.
How do you like it?
It's pretty good.
Hard work?
It's my first job, so yeah.
Hard work?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Just really briefly, so when you got back onto the bus, did it feel like the situation had kind of resolved itself?
Yes, but it still felt like there was a lot still going on.
Okay. In terms of the man, was he being detained?
When I had gotten on the bus, he still appeared to be on the ground or nearby.
Okay. And one of the adults was holding him down?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay. And Fatima had been released?
I couldn't 100% see on the bus, so I'm kind of basing it off the video, but from what I can see, yes.
Okay. And so just better safe just as far as what you remember. So you don't necessarily have an independent recollection.
I do, but not to like the exact down to the pinpoint details.
Okay. I appreciate you coming in this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Ms. Zoe, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom. Our lunch break today. And in a moment, I'll have the bailiffs come forward to lead you back to the jury room, and then you'll be released for the lunch break. We will resume at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you again, of course, truly, for your time and your attention. Please remember all of the instructions that I've given you regarding your duties in this case. Thank you. Please be seated. I'm going to take about a 5-minute recess so that I can read the document that was handed forward related to Fatima Ali's testimony so that I can be prepared to hear objections, requests for clarification, whatever the issues might be. So I'll be in recess for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
Please be seated. So my bailiffs just reported to me that as the jury was leaving for their lunch break, juror number 12 said to the bailiff, "I don't feel well. I'm not coming back." Today, she said, "I'm not coming back today," and left. And so that's an issue and a problem obviously from my perspective. And so we will need to address that issue. I'll let you think about that. Yes, number 12 is the young woman who is the So I'll let the parties kind of just mull that over while we address the other issue. I have had an opportunity to review the document that I understand was provided to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading by the state. The version I have is a 3-page document. Ultimately, I'm going to file this with the court since it's something that I'm looking at and considering. And I will start by hearing concerns and or objections that was alluded to that you have regarding I think you said number 18, and then the 2 questions related to the trip that are the last 2 questions on this document. Mr. Leary?
And so just to clarify, as to the last one, I was going to get abused over there. That was my concern. And then also 18A, although there's only one under 18. My concern is, I know the court wanted to limit the res geste as to kind of what was going on with her in the days leading up to October 18th. My concern here is the things contained in 18A, specifically that it was an abusive household there was much arguing, fights and stuff, a lot of throwing stuff around. Male cousin hit me. I would complain, no one would do anything. It was normal for them. It was toxic, lots of heated arguments, people hitting each other and stuff. So my concern for that is that, from the sounds of it, that, well, we know she didn't tell her parents she didn't want to go or list reasons as to why. And so I analogize this to kind of in a self-defense case where the knowledge of the defendant as to the violent proclivities of the victim is only admissible if they have that knowledge. And so the fact that this wasn't communicated to my client as to why her daughter didn't want to go, to talk about things that are far afield that happened about at least a year or 2 before, is not res geste, and we're not going to hear from the male cousin. It is collateral. I think the level of detail there is concerning, and the accusations are concerning and collateral, particularly given the fact that if she had said, "Mom, I don't want to go to Iraq because cousin name does 1, 2, and 3. Can I not see him? Can we do things?" Then it becomes part of res geste because it's communicated to mom and dad. There's an attempt to try to neutralize it, and mom and dad weren't accommodating to my concerns about the abuse of the cousin. None of that is in play. So the fact that something happened allegedly 2 years before, 18 months before, that isn't communicated to my client as to why she doesn't want to go, so she feels that her only recourse is to run away. There was no attempt to address the concerns, and therefore I don't believe it's res geste, and I believe it's unduly prejudicial under 404B. And the generalization, I was afraid I was going to be abused over there, would be the same objection.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading, do you have anything for the court's consideration as it relates to the information that I have in a 3-page document related to questions of Fatima Ali?
Your Honor, I'm going to take no position on this.
Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as we've gone through this case, we've heard about Fatima being a runaway from her household. We've heard about her going to the school and speaking to the counselors at school and what that process looked like. We've also heard questions during the course of questioning, as well as during defense interviews. I anticipate that those will be re-raised about how the school responded to those requests, and plainly why Fatima was running away in the first place. Fatima has made it very clear since the outset of this case that she did not feel safe. She did not feel safe going back to Iraq. She had safety concerns within her own home, and she has expressed that on a number of occasions. Certainly in front of the jury, we have not discussed the other safety complaints that she had made to the school prior to these events associated with the other runaway events. We've not discussed the prior CPS reports that had been made. We've not discussed, and I don't intend to ask Isaiah about what he witnessed as part of that process, but Fatima has consistently expressed her fears about safety. In terms of this specifically, the way it has been presented and the way I anticipate it being presented, as if Fatima had some sort of special information that her parents had no idea about, and essentially, and it's not the right term, but she was just being bratty and running away that morning to try and foil these families' vacation plans. That is not what that situation was. The state should be entitled to present that. There is nothing that is presented in 18 that indicates her parents were striking her over there. Fatima specifically is not going to make that statement. She is discussing the abusiveness of that household itself. And notably, she has said during the course of that visit, when she was struck, she made those complaints to her family, and nothing happened. That spoke further to her fear that she does not have a voice in that environment, and she did not feel safe. That was a consistent feeling of her role in that household. She expressed that consistently. That was part of her fear that morning in leaving, and so I'm asking that she be allowed to express those generalized concerns as to the nature of her experience in Iraq and why she didn't want to go back, so that the jury has some context for that, instead of just saying she woke up that morning and decided she wanted to go see a movie with Isaiah instead, or whatever more trivial event that is proposed as, that somehow that's the reason she decided just to not go that day. That's not the case. That's not fair to Fatima. That's not fair to the presentation of both parties. It is not unfairly and substantially more prejudicial to defense counsel with those statements. So I would ask the court to allow Fatima to express that when she is testifying.
Thank you. Mr. Larry, anything further?
Nothing further, Your
All
Honor.
right. So these issues were addressed pre-trial in general as it relates to evidence that was going to be offered by the state, and clarifying whether or not that was being offered pursuant to Evidence Rule 404B, as was checked in the omnibus order, versus then Ms. Stone clarifying at the time of the case management conference that it was going to be offered under the theory of res gestae, that being something related within the same transaction. I'm not going to repeat the ruling that I made at the beginning of trial that discussed case law and what res gestae is and anticipated to be. But of course, it must be very close in time to the event itself to be res gestae under the case law. And I would indicate that evidence that may be admissible, also the court needs to balance that under evidence rule 403 that indicates that although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issue, or misleading the jury. First of all, as it relates to what is currently called question 18, and it is on page 3 of the document that I am referring to. The anticipated answer by Fatima is very detailed as it relates to why she did not like visiting Iraq, because the question before 18 is, did you like visiting Iraq? And the response was yes and no, a little bit, or that's the anticipated answer. And then a request for her to explain why she did or did not like visiting Iraq. And that's where she explains, I liked certain portions of it, and then why she didn't like other portions of it. I would indicate that what happened the year before when she visited Iraq clearly is not res juste, because it's so far in time. However, what I have heard multiple times from the state is that what all of this really goes to, the detail goes to the fact that Fatima Ali did not feel safe traveling to Iraq. There are many reasons why she did not feel safe, apparently, but that is the bottom line as to why she ran away on the morning of October 18th. And so she can testify to that. But the details as to why she does not feel safe, other than the fact that she'll testify that she'd been there before, and based upon being there before, she didn't feel safe going back, that comes in, but not the details. I find that if for some reason the facts of what happened a year ago could be considered res juste, I find that the details themselves, any probative value as to those details is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice in this matter. And the state still has an ability to certainly argue what I'm hearing is part of the theory of their case, even with the way that I'm limiting how she can provide the information to the court. On the question also on the third page, did this plan cause you any concern about returning? If she said yes, what were those concerns? And why? She indicated in part that she was worried about that she would be abused in Iraq. Because I am not allowing the detail in 18, and of course I can't tell her what to respond. I'm not trying to tell her what to respond, but her response may in fact be the same, that she doesn't feel safe as to how she would be treated. And I grant the request that she not be able to use the word abused, again, because I don't find that that is res juste. And it gets into issues with more particularity about how she was treated by her parents, which is not being introduced in this trial. And again, if for some reason that was res juste, I find that allowing her to use the term abuse, that she was afraid that she was going to be abused, any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of an unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues, because this trial is not about her trip to Iraq. And that is why I also believe that the jury could be confused if too many facts as it relates to her previous trip and how she viewed that were to be admitted during the trial. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions as it relates to my ruling on those issues?
I do not, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Leary? All right. And I'm not asking Mr. Kading because Mr. Kading had reserved, but do you have any questions about my ruling?
No.
All right. Also, I wrote on the copy of what was handed forward to me for my review, and so I would just ask that there be a clean copy provided. It doesn't have to be now, or it can't be now, but when we come back at 1:30. And I won't file that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leary. I will file that at the conclusion of Fatima Ali's testimony. Now,
Your Honor, I apologize. The parties have 1 moment to confer.
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One other piece of information as it relates to number 12. First of all, occasionally the bailiffs will give me information about the jury that's not ultimately relevant for me to share. But I will share this since we're now talking about juror number 12.
Since they're talking about jury number 12, they are having it all muted so the mics can't pick anything up.
That number 12 should be excused, and we should replace alternate number 1 to become juror number 12. I'm concerned if we were in recess this afternoon. We don't know if she's coming back tomorrow or not. I'm not indicating she's not ill either, but we don't have enough information. Of course, I could tell my bailiff that they need to call her and tell her she has to come back this afternoon. I don't know whether or not she would or whether or not she should, certainly if she is not feeling well. So I'd like to hear from the parties. And again, I'm just sharing those initial thoughts. I certainly don't have a firm conclusion at this point. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, can we have just 1 moment?
Yes.
Who leaves jury duty when they're not supposed to, doesn't tell anybody, none of the attorneys, security, the judge, nobody, just up and leaves? I'm pretty sure you could get in major trouble for that. So while we wait, if you watch the Cementilli trial, either in general or with me, I have been working on this last week, a very important and good video that I know people are going to really like of that. And now it got pushed to be released today, so I'll put it up. But now I have a second video, and I had to wait as long as I could, but I have a interview.
We have talked over the last couple of days. I think we're actually moving through faster than we anticipated, so I am less concerned about our August 7th timeline now, I think there is a chance, a good chance that we could close the state's case by the end of next week or on July 28th, which gives us more buffer than anticipated. We've been trying to move people around and being very conscious about that. So plainly, I'll defer to the court. I think that we can make it work for today if the court wanted to break for the day, and also we have witnesses prepared that can go. The only timeline that I am trying to be really thoughtful about, quite plainly, is Thursday's testimony for Dr. Stankus. I know that she, in speaking with her last week, and I know Mr. Kagan can correct me if I'm wrong, she arrives, I believe, at CTAC at approximately 10:40 in the morning. So we couldn't do her in the morning regardless, but she's intended to come from there to here. So the intent is to put her on right after lunch at 1:30. So that is to say, I think we can move people around and make it work if we wanted to break for the day, but we also had people ready to go. So I just wanted to let the court know that there are options.
All right. First of all, I appreciate that. Also, I appreciate the update as it relates to the potential completion of the state's case. The parties know that I'm very concerned of ensuring that we conclude by the date that we indicated we would be concluding for a variety of reasons as it relates to the logistics of this matter. Mr. Kading, as it relates to number 12.
Your Honor, my only concern is I always expect jurors to be candid, and if she says she's ill, I would be maybe concerned that if she came back, she could spread that. We could have a bigger problem, but other than that, I think we have enough juries. If we're only going to go 2 more weeks, we have 3 alternates. I wouldn't object to using an alternate.
Mr. Leary?
I think the additional information provided by the court raises concern about, we are day 2 of testimony and
Day and a half.
day and a half. We're on the 2nd day of testimony, and she already communicated, that she didn't want to be here apparently, and then basically walked out from the sounds of it. So, and if she is sick, that's what we want people to do, right? So, I mean, either she doesn't want to be here and is going to make efforts to not be here, or she's so sick that she needed to get home, and thus tomorrow is in doubt. So I think, given that we are going faster, I think makes me more comfortable using an alternate. So I would ask that you excuse juror 12 and proceed.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you object if the court were to excuse 12 at this time?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
All right. At this time, I am going to excuse juror number 12 for the reasons we've already articulated on the record. And although I appreciate certainly what the state indicated as it relates to the length of the trial and the state's presentation of their evidence, things can change. We could run into other problems that could lengthen the trial, including someone who has to be here being ill or something like that. And so I will excuse number 12. I will do that when we come back into session at 1:30, and after I do that, then the bailiffs can notify number 12 that she's been excused. We'll move alternate number 1, who is currently seated closest to me in the chair where my bailiff is seated. We'll move that person into the number 12 chair, and then we will reposition the alternate number 2 juror, who is in the back row, farthest chair over, move that person to alternate 1, and then we'll move the alternate 3 up to the chair where alternate 2 is right now. But the logistical of moving them, we'll do that in the courtroom after I excuse the juror when we restart the trial. All right. Any further issues before we recess for our lunch break, Ms. Stone?
There are only, I'll let the court know that based on transportation, we are going to call Eric Price before
Yeah, so they're taking names right now. They're muted because of that. Probably because a lot of the people that are going to be coming in are all high school students. All right. They're going to lunch. Okay, so finishing up what I was saying. So I had that video almost completely done and ready to go. And I had a huge turn of events and kind of got an interview. It was going to be an actual sit-down interview, but because it's such a high-profile case, I ended up being able to message back and forth and get more information, things that people have never heard, and it's all around the Cementilli trial. It's going to be great. So if you have missed that trial, because some of us, I mean, the days were very long, but we were there every single day. So if you've been missing it and having that, I have a couple good videos coming. And the first one, which is the one that I got pushed back because I wanted to see what happened with the second one, but that video is coming out today. So later this evening, I'm probably going to do a live for it and then just like talk with everybody, but I'll also do a premiere video. So if you don't want to have to like have breaks or anything like that, just go to my regular videos. All right, I'm staying here, but I'm going to mute myself because I keep coughing. Also, while we're sitting here, I was saying earlier, if you were on with me earlier, but I found some clips of the fight that was outside the school. So I'm going to see if there's anything I can play that will get my channel flagged or something crazy. All right, I'm going to send it to this computer. I think I found one that doesn't show anything that would be a problem. If there is something that I randomly come across, I'll probably pause it and skip ahead or do something so we don't get in trouble. All right, so bear with me for a second. I'm going to click into it. Oh, that was not the right one that I just was on.
footage shows a father attempt an honor killing outside an American school. Father Ihsan Ali was allegedly attempting to carry out an honor killing on the girl, age 17, for refusing an arranged marriage with an older man in Iraq.
Did you see it? Yeah, I saw the whole thing. The suspect Zahraa! It's a yes or a no, okay? Zahraa, تعال هنا! So everything's audio video recorded, okay? Okay. So do you understand these rights I've explained to you? حنين! زهراء! So I'll have her give you a call.
His wife, Zahraa Subi Mohsin Ali, allegedly tried to finish the job after the girl's 16-year-old boyfriend, other teens, and bystanders fought him off. The couple are behind bars after pleading not guilty to second-degree attempted murder and attempted kidnapping, and their trial starts tomorrow.
All right, so this person who made it said that the mom tried to finish her off. That is not a for sure thing. Like I said earlier, when the trial just started today, it sounds like the daughter is going to go and testify that her mom didn't do anything to harm her and it was only the dad. Supposedly. We'll see what she actually says. I almost made a joke-ish about, oh, why is she running away? And one of the things that popped up in my head was an arranged marriage. And that's what it was. So that's shocking. They have not said any of that. Crazy. And, they were going on and on that, she left without saying goodbye. They didn't know where she was. They were worried and frantic. And he goes to the school to find her and immediately just attacks her. Very concerned and worried. Unbelievable. But this would also explain why she was making the choice to leave. She doesn't want to have to go to another country and be married to somebody she doesn't know. I know some cultures do kind of still do that, and they were much more common a long time ago. But it all makes sense now. And she was 17 years old, still in high school. So I'm sure just had so many emotions and was trying to do the best thing for herself. I just have a feeling that I'm gonna say it, hopefully I don't get flagged. I feel like abuse, even if it's just verbal, it sounds like this has probably been going on within the family for a long time. A child doesn't make the decision all of a sudden to run away. I think things were building up and this way, and it was just getting worse and worse, and that would have been like the final straw, right? Moving her to a different country, getting her married, and it's sad. And so I completely get how she came to the conclusion was that she needed to try to run away. Even if you say run away, she went to school that day. Like, she wasn't doing anything bad, and which is great. It's good for her. But I don't know what's going to happen with these parents if they're both found guilty or not. And you'll have to let me know what you think of her dad's face throughout this entire thing, because I cannot read him. It's like he has zero emotions. He's not reacting to anything. When they were talking about the actual crime in the very beginning for opening statements, he shows no remorse. There's literally nothing. No sad, mad, happy. Nothing. So it's not good. We haven't gotten too close of a shot of the mom's face through some of this. I would also like to know what she's thinking. But it'll be interesting to see if she will turn against her husband in this. Because I'm inclined to say that she wouldn't do that. But we'll just see. We'll see if she ends up taking the stand. And I know I said it just a little bit ago, but the high schoolers, there were so many of them out there that I think they're going to try to have everyone come and testify. Like, it's not going to be one or two people, it's going to be a whole slew of people. So, all right, putting myself on mute, working on this video. And my 7 Tilly video will be up at 9 tonight. I wish sooner, but with it being postponed because of the second interview video, I just run a little late, running behind. So I was just reading, and they actually answered what I was wondering. The judge had ruled no mention of the arranged marriage. I think that's pretty important to know. Unbelievable. I don't see how they could possibly leave that out. It's the event that was snowballing that started this entire thing. And that's why she was running away but really went to school. I think that's super important. And I don't see any reason, or at least a good reason, why they should have been able to say it. I'll keep refreshing this page, so if there's anything else that pops up, I'll let you know. Alright, so I'm gonna say this out loud, but I'm also gonna write it out because so many of you are at work and not able to watch this live. But my Cementilli video is up and pending and is ready to go at 9 tonight. And then tomorrow, I'll probably release the next video that you do not want to miss. That one's a great one. So we were listening to them talk about juror number 12 and how on their first break that juror just up and left. Evidently said that they didn't feel good, but didn't tell anybody, didn't tell security, the judge, nobody, just gone. And it sounded like a lot of people did not believe her, but they're not going to say that. They were kind of dancing around it. And I was saying, they probably have to get in trouble, right? Because if you don't go to jury duty when you're supposed to, you could be in trouble. This article says, yes, a juror can get in trouble for leaving during the trial or deliberations without permission. Leaving without authorization could be considered juror misconduct or even contempt of court. Can lead to fines, imprisonment, and sanctions. I might have to follow that one, see if anything becomes of that. I would be too terrified to do that. Not a smart idea.
the state asked that the court clarify the issue as it related to media coverage of this trial. And I indicated that I was not aware that there were other media agencies who were recording this proceeding. And in fact, they wouldn't be able to because under our General Rule 16, there's a specific criteria before a news agency can record a proceeding, whether that's audio or video. I was informed that at some point in the morning after I made those statements, that Como 4 and King 5 indicated that they were in fact present today. And I'm not quite certain how this came to be, but that also potentially Channel 13 Fox was present yesterday, and that they are feeding off of the camera from Court TV and using that in their broadcast. Certainly it is the court's experience that there's only ever one camera in the courtroom, and that other never had a news agency, however, here to record a proceeding or to feed off of the recording in the
They're muting off and on just because they're talking. So I was looking up and reading some statute of limitations, what will happen to the parents if they're both found guilty. It's not going to be a life sentence. Thank God she's alive. But we're going to break down some of the legal matters after today's wrapping up. Go over my thoughts and reviews on everything.
If the court or defense had any objection to Sky, the court being in the courtroom, in the back of the courtroom during the course of Miss Ali's testimony. I wanted to raise that before the jury came in as well.
Certainly, I don't have an issue with that. It's common to have the courthouse dog in any courtroom, frankly, in our courthouse, and would not be on the stand. Certainly, if the house dog was going to be on the stand, we would handle we'd handle it differently. But any objection to the courthouse dog being in the courtroom? Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That was all.
All right. And just so that everyone is on the same page, I think you are, but we're bringing the jury in. We'll have them seated as they have been seated since we started. I will then announce that juror number 12 has been excused. We will then reconfigure the jurors. The bailiffs will do that, and then we will proceed. Please bring the jury in.
Okay. So at the end of it too, I'm going to look and see if I can find any more information on if she has a GoFundMe or anything else like that. During our break, I was checking to see if we know who she's living with, where is she, what is she doing. Couldn't really find anything, but I'm sure with more digging, it would be great for her to be able to set up a GoFundMe, or maybe somebody to do it for her. Because, yeah, having both parents possibly be going to prison for a while, she definitely is going to need some help along the way. I also was going through trying to find out if she's an only child. No siblings have been mentioned, so I'm going to keep trying to look into that. I don't think she has any family or extended family in the area.
Please be seated. Members of the
Okay, they're going to continue to go on and off mute. They're right now muted. Going over about juror 12 not coming back, so they're using an alternate. Their camera's having issues. So depending on what happens with this break and how long it takes them, we may end up pausing for today. They almost stopped it earlier. They were talking about maybe just calling it a day and then waiting on juror 12 just to come tomorrow. And then they decided against it, and the prosecutors and the defense both agree that it would just be better to remove that juror and put in the alternate. All right, guys, I think we're going to go ahead and call it. I think this is going to take quite a while longer. I'm not sure they'll call anybody up. I'm not sure time-wise where they're going to be at for today, but we will be back on here tomorrow.
Where did you go to high school?
And we will hopefully get more answers to some of these questions so I can tell you guys about where to GoFundMe for her and things like that. So, all right, thank you for watching.